Good morning. Sorry about the slow start. Just needed to get my YouTube stream up and running as well. Good morning, Domin. How are you doing today? Are you ready for continuing this struggle? Okay, let's see here. Where did we leave this one? What's up, Harukanen? Happy New Year. And good morning. Oh damn, sorry to hear. Good luck on work though. Okay, so okay. Glad to hear, Hadoukan. Thank you so much for the lurk then, I suppose. And okay, some ECS stuff. Nice. Okay, so right now I'm leaning towards going purely scriptable object attribute. We will see how that works. So we have attribute scriptable object, which defines an attribute. We have attribute instance that represents an actual attribute in game, so a dynamic one, I would say. And then we have attribute handler, which for some entity in the game world handles all of its attributes. Pretty simple, I think. Let me just write that down here in my issue. Or actually it should be implementation details, maybe. It's a mess right now, this document, but let's call it classes. So we have attribute scriptable object. Might change its name later on, but okay. Yeah, Baboon, what's up? Good morning. The plan is to stream basically every weekday this year, but we will see. You know, sickness and other things come in the way, but yeah. But yeah, streaming on YouTube is new. I've been streaming on Twitch on and off for a couple of years, I think. Attribute scriptable object with unique ID. So this one defines an attribute. With name, unit, min, max, etc. And then we have instance. Defines an attribute in the game world. Could probably describe it in a better way. represents a dynamic attribute in game. I don't know. Attribute handler. Entity in game. Actually, attribute handler will also handle, let's go attribute instance. I'm gonna have attribute would probably, with my current implementation, call it attribute modifier. It's straightforward. So that's the attribute behavior right now. Actually, attribute handler will also extends mono behavior. Good to know. Okay, so attribute modifier, it's going to be attribute modifier's job to alter attributes, basically. So attributes themselves won't, they will have methods for changing the value, but they themselves will never call these methods, if that makes any sense. Instead, it's the job of the attribute modifier to do that. And right now, with my current knowledge, letting attribute handler handle both the attribute and the attribute modifiers sounds good, I think. But or let's see here. No. I'm wondering if it all comes down to basically how I want to update the attributes. So some attribute paired with some attribute modifier might update every frame. Something extremely crucial maybe. While some other attributes will only update based on triggers. Other attributes might only update when we fetch the value. So you have an attribute that is affected by multiple modifiers, but we only calculate how, or the final result of those modifiers when we get the value. You might have other attributes that needs to be updated every X seconds, milliseconds, whatever. So you could have, so you have an attribute modifier. That attribute modifier might hold a reference to an attribute, maybe. So when we add an attribute behavior to AttributeHandler figures out which attributes it has that this modifier will modify, gives the modifier references to those, and then that modifier will update them when needed, maybe. That would, let's see here, attribute modifier, modifies attribute instances. Let's keep it like that for now. There exists different ways. There exists different ways, and there exist different ways of how and when an attribute should be modified. For instance, once every frame, once every X seconds, on trigger, on attribute value fetch or get, might be a better word. I don't think there exists any other instances. Once every frame, so basically this is just in a defined interval. On trigger, so when something happens. On attribute value get. So these are the nicest ones, because then we just have a set of latent, is that the English word for it? Or like passive attribute modifiers, and we may never calculate them, but if we fetch the value, if we need a value for something else, then we calculate them. So something that once every frame, once every X seconds on trigger, all three of these can be solved if an attribute modifier holds a reference to the attribute instance they are modifying. I suppose this one could be solved in a similar way. So when we ask attribute handler for an attribute, we check if we have any attribute modifiers affecting that attribute. If so, we calculate it. But because what I'm thinking is, so let's take the script character movement, for instance. So some of these variables, this one as well, is going to be attributes. I'm not too sure about movement drag, but probably one of these is going to be an attribute. The others are going to be calculated based on that attribute. This one is going to be an attribute as well. And so every time we use, let's say that movement force is the attribute. So in fixed update update every time we're gonna fetch this movement force. And so I just want to fetch it from the attribute handler. And like best case scenario would be to just fetch it once, so we have a reference to movement force if that's the attribute, and so we have a reference to the attribute instance of that one, and then we just get this value all the time in every fixed update iteration, while some process somewhere else updates this one accordingly. That would be the best case scenario, I think. Attribute handler. How about attribute handler holds the attribute modifiers? And also player movement is going to going to spawn an attribute modifier of itself, I think. Energy. Complicated. So AttributeHandler holds a list of attribute modifiers. Attribute modifiers hold a reference to the attribute instance they are modifying, and then it's up to them. So some attribute modifiers might do something every frame. On trigger, I think this one is the hardest one, because there's really no way for the attribute modifier to know when the attribute is fetched, or the value of the attribute is fetched. Unless we implement some, let's see here, some event system. But what are we thinking on? We're thinking on or about the relationship between attribute instance and attribute modifiers. So this is pretty much when it comes to time, how different attribute modifiers might work. So one attribute modifier might update every frame, one once every X seconds, one on trigger, and one on attribute value get. And I think So the initial idea is that attribute handler handles the attributes, but also the attribute modifiers. So whatever component wants to add if a component wants to modify some attribute, it has to add an attribute modifier to attribute handler. And then the big question is if attribute modifiers should know about attribute or the other way around. Which one should call on which one and so on. I was leaning towards the attribute modifier keeping a reference to the attribute. Because that would solve these three, but not this one in a simple way at least. So, if we keep it that way, I think it would work quite nicely. So, let's take player movement for instance. Let's see here, one sec. I think that attribute should be knowing only about itself. I agree. That would keep them pure and easy to expand on. Yeah, I agree. Okay, so that's nice to hear. So that's one more point to the initial side. So a scenario where attribute modifiers know about attributes is this. So, okay, the character spawns. One of these is an attribute. Let's say movement force. So we ask for if this entity has an attribute handler on it, we ask that attribute handler for the attribute we want, so movement speed maybe. We get that attribute from the attribute handler and we keep a reference to that attribute within here. And that's what we use down here in every iteration. But this component also has a attribute modifier spawn. So depending on how fast we run, the more energy will be drained from the energy attribute if the attribute handler holds one of those. So we also spawn a attribute modifier here, which modifies the energy. We add that one to the attribute handler, and the attribute handler figures out which attribute should be affected by this one. And that might work. And then, so we in this one we have references to the movement speed attribute, and we have reference to the energy attribute modifier, and all works well. So the only problem is this one. If we have an attribute modifier that should only modify the attribute when we get it, I don't know exactly what that would be. Maybe probably exists some scenario. It's basically just we don't need to update this attribute more than once when we get the value. But actually I don't know what that would be now when I think about it. So maybe this is a non-issue. Maybe it is. Attribute modifier. Okay. So let's see. That also means that some of this will probably be done in the attribute handler class. Okay, let's see what we can do with this. Let's rename this one for now. Attribute modifier. This is going to be the base class. We're going to have lots of these different ones. We have a source type and a target types. So let's see. So actually, having a source type, so this is for the example when we have an apple that changes taste based on age. That's specific and probably gonna fit better into a sub class of attribute modifier, because the base class of attribute modifiers will only have targets. So let's just take this for now, put it down here. Attribute modifier, target types. It's always going to have targets. And then we have a process. So it's going to be, and for this one, let's do, what is it? Field, serialize field. I'm gonna make this, yeah, public, but with a private set. And we're gonna have a method called public void. Well, first of all, we're gonna have a private list, I think. Let's see here. So this is going to be a collection with references to the attributes in question. Can I do it with an array? So the idea is that AttributeHandler fetches target types from attribute modifier. So when we want to add an attribute modifier to AttributeHandler, that one fetches whatever targets we have and gives the modifier the attributes in question. But that would be yes, we're probably going to get a, so we can do this without a list, I think. We're gonna do it attribute instance array modified or I think affected attributes might be a better choice. So it would look something like public void set affected attributes. Could do it with a setter here, but let's do it like this for now. And I wonder, so the idea is probably to have this attribute modifier as an abstract class. But we're going to change that soon. So public void modify maybe. What is it? Virtual. I always seem to forget. Virtual abstract C#. I think it's. Yeah, it's an abstract method I want. Probably going to be made abstract. So attribute modifier won't implement this one, but every subclass of attribute modifier will. Unless they are also an abstract class, I suppose. Okay, but I'm just keeping it like this for now, so I can show it how it would work in AttributeHandler. So let's move this one over here. In AttributeHandler, so we have add attribute, remove attribute, remove attribute, remove attribute. So only one of these will stand later on, I think. Maybe two. But then we're also going to have okay, so removing attribute modifiers might be quite costly because I think we're going to keep them in a list. There's really no nice way of having them in a dictionary. Maybe. Let's start with a list and see if we're gonna change it later on. So the idea is to have a list of attribute modifiers. So I suppose we can do this shorthand way of writing new now. Let's take a look. I'm just going to check one other thing as well. Okay. So we create a new list, and then we want methods for adding and removing attribute modifiers. I'm gonna keep them void, I think. I'm having duplicates might be something I want to avoid, but checking for duplicates every time might be a bit too costly. Let's see. Contains so attribute mod. Okay, before we add it to this list, we're gonna do a lot of things. But so, okay, for now, let's see here. I'm going to add a check. So note remove in the future. So this, if this one already contains this attribute modifier, then we won't do anything else, just return. Otherwise, however, we're going to take this attribute modifier and add information to it. So let's see here, add attribute remove. So basically we want to go to attribute modifier. We want to see what are the target types of it. And we want to fetch those and call this one. But one thing just hit me. When we have attribute modifiers, that also depends on a source. So maybe that the base class will have the source as well. Oof. Maybe. Yeah, might as well, and then we might keep that one empty, I think, if we don't have one. A little bit unclean, but I think that's gonna make this one a lot nicer. Do we have, does it exist any case where I want multiple? Like, of course it does. I might want multiple, or I might want one attribute to be affected by multiple other attributes. But the question is, will this ever be needed to be solved by having the source as multiple ones in attribute modifier? For a start, no. So source type. And we are actually going to rename this one target attributes. Attribute instance source attribute. Set affected attributes, public void set source attribute. Actually, we're going to rename this one as well to, let's do I want to rename this one as well. So set target attributes. I think that's nice. So in add attribute modifier, what we want to do here is, let's add a public bool has source attribute, maybe. So if has attribute modifier has source attribute, then I want to do something, and that is set the source attribute. But to do that, I need an easy get here. So get attribute, get attributes. And once again, we're gonna do it with both ways, I think. So add remove, I want get first. Public attribute instance get attribute. Actually, I'm wondering if it might be time to let this one go for now. But okay, I'm not ready to fully let go, but we're gonna do this and this whole one, I think. So what do we have left? Remove attribute by attribute scriptable object. Remove attribute by attribute instance. Yes. Add attribute scriptable object. Okay, something like this. Keep it a bit simpler. Okay, so get attribute, return attribute by scriptable object dot try get value. Yeah. Or actually, let's see here. What is it? Get value or default or whatever it's called. Yeah. Get value or default. So this one can possibly return null, but I'm okay with that. And then I also want a function public attribute instance get attributes. And here I want to return probably need to always keep this as returning null, but from this one I'm probably gonna remove the null one. So return let's see, Can I do this in a nice way? Could I do something like, I don't know if this is even possible, attribute scriptable objects, not where, but I think I searched this, exactly this, yesterday. Namespace system. Cool. Select, not what I'm looking for now. Okay, so basically, let's see here. I think for each, do I need to? Oh yeah. Okay, action. But that one alters this one. Oh, let's see. I think it does, maybe. because I want to call this method for every object in this array, and I want to create a new array of the result. So I wonder if it's possible with where did we have it? Select. I'm a little bit not entirely sure. So select. What do we have? Let's go with A or attributes by scriptable object. No, let's take this one, select also, and for each I want to do attributes by scriptable object, get value or default. Awesome. I wonder, let's see, .to array. But also want to remove all the null ones. So we take this one, and for each element there, each ASO, we call, or we replace it with the value. We use this one as a key to fetch the value in this one, which can be null. Let's see here. Do we have some simple function for this of type? Okay. Of type, let's check this one out. Which one? Of type filters values depending on their ability to be cast to a specified type. I want more information about this one. Okay. Yeah. So this is the most basic way to use it, I suppose. Could do a where, actually. So select dot where, so what do we have now? We have attribute instances, so a high, I suppose. A might be better. A is not equal to null. Dot to array. Is this what I want? So we take the input we get, and for each element in that array, we fetch the value from the dictionary using each element as a key. So actually, get value or default. We don't want to use this one. We want to do get attribute. So a little bit cleaner. So we just call this one. Can we do it on one line? Maybe. A little bit easier to read. Attribute scriptable objects. I'm a little bit project each element of a sequence into a new form, so I suppose this is okay. Yeah. Okay, I think this is nice. So now we have get attribute, get attributes. So in add attribute modifier, we check has source attribute. If it does, dot set source attribute, get attribute, attribute modifier dot source type. Does it look too messy? Attribute modifier set source attribute, get attribute. Nah, I don't think so. And then of course, okay, does it exist some scenario where attribute modifier only has a source attribute? I'm pretty sure it doesn't. If an attribute modifier doesn't have any attributes to modify, is it really an attribute modifier? But this should be as easy as attribute modifier dot set target attributes, get attributes, attribute modifier dot target attributes, or target types actually. Like that. So when we add an attribute modifier, before we add it to the list, we set the source attribute, we set the target attribute, and finally attribute modifiers dot add attribute modifier. Public void remove attribute modifier. Remove attribute modifier. Do I want to clear these? Probably I do. So let's say, I'm not entirely sure if I want something like this, but let's say that we have a set of pants, and those pants has attribute modifier, like increase intelligence by 4. So we equip them to the character. We add the pants attribute modifier to the character attribute handler. These get set, and then the character unequips them. Then we need to clear these again. Okay, so remove attribute modifier. That would be something like, let's see, C# list. Remove bool. So we only have a true or false. I think I can work with that. True if item is successfully removed, otherwise false if item was not found in the list. Beautiful. So I want to do if attribute modifiers dot remove attribute modifier. So if this is true, actually I might want to just propagate whatever is returned here. So I'm thinking of doing something like bool successfully removed. Is that how you spell successfully? Okay. Bool successfully removed. And then I want to do, last of all, I want to return successfully removed. If successfully removed, then we want to call something like attribute modifier dot clear, which we need to implement here, and we're going to implement it in the base class, I think. Clear, yeah. So now to the question. Do I want my target attributes to be able to be null? Currently I think it can be. So by default, attribute modifier, this one is null, uninstantiated, I think. By doing set target attributes, this one, the argument here, can never be null, but it can be empty, an empty array. So the question is, if I clear this one, do I want it to be... It would be nice to be able to assume that this one is never null. So when we iterate through it in the future in the subclasses, it would be nice to be able to assume, or it would be nice to be able to skip the check on this one. So I wonder if I want to do is equal to new here. Okay, so I can't do just new. But something like that. Don't know if this one is necessary. Don't think it is. So if we clear it, we remove the source attribute and we remove the target attributes. Might want to make this one virtual then, I suppose. Possibly make virtual. Okay, remove attribute modifiers. If it was successfully removed, then we can just do attribute modifier dot clear. And finally return. I think, I might be being optimistic here, but I think this is shaping up to be a pretty nice attribute system so far. Okay, so we have add attribute modifier, we do have remove attribute modifier. Might want a public void get attribute modifier. Although I don't think so. Definitely not, because if we have a reference to it, then we don't need to get it. But it would be nice to have a function that is has attribute modifier. Maybe. Or yeah, let's call it has. And just return has source attribute although attribute modifiers, yeah, it's private. Okay, that's good. Okay, so has add remove, get add remove. Okay, that's nice. So actually might want to keep this one here. Attribute behavior is going to rename this one attribute modifiers. Okay, so the easiest one. The easiest attribute modifier there is probably is some attribute modifier that simply decreases or increases an attribute. Although I wonder, yeah. So now back to the question. Attribute, my values for attributes, will they always be relative, or will they be absolute, so to speak? So nah, they will be absolute. So instead of having like energy being represented always by a percentage, pretty much, so a value between 0 and 1 always, that is what I would call the relative value. Instead it might be represented by actual values. So I don't know, the character the player plays might start with a maximum energy value of 10. Okay, so if we go that route, let's see here, local normalized value, yeah, definitely. Okay, so we'll always have a way of getting these if needed. Okay, so for now this one is not needed anymore. Neither is this one. Okay, so if we have an attribute like, okay, maybe not the best name for an attribute like this, but restedness, how rested I just thought about, I think this system is pretty nice because, okay, let's see. Let's take a creature. The creature has, I don't know, hunger or satiation or whatever I called it. And if satiation reaches 0, that creature will die because it doesn't have any food. Or actually, if hunger might be better, but like if satiation reaches 0 and energy reaches 0, okay, satiation reaching 0 might trigger energy to decrease quicker, and if energy reaches 0, the creature might die. So then you want something like an attribute trigger as well, which attribute instance will handle 2, I think. So this one will have attributes, attribute modifiers, attribute triggers. And attribute triggers will... So we will add attribute triggers like... Actually, that might be a subclass of this one, or could it be? I'm gonna have to think about that, but okay. Let's do... let's jump out here and give the character just an energy attribute. So basic energy. It already has that. Beautiful. But, okay, start attribute. Here's another thing. So start attributes, we just define these by attribute scriptable object right now. What I do want to define it as is attribute instance, maybe. What's up, Dev Spires? Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. And welcome to all the new viewers. We're currently trying to implement attributes. And I think it's going pretty good. Okay, so when we define attributes for an entity in the game, there exists two different ways to do this, I think. So one is the first time we define the attributes for the entity, and when it comes to creatures, these will be generated based on some rule set. The other way is when we load entities, and then we will set the attributes based on the saved or stored attribute data. Okay. Can I represent both of this by just adding one additional class? That's the question. So what I mean is, in AttributeHandler here, instead of specifying it like this, we have another. So right now we're just specifying the start attributes based on attribute type, but this doesn't really give us any way to set the value. So I would like some class. Let's see here. Honestly, I think I'm just going to create two classes for this. Attribute instance data and attribute instance generator. So I think that's the way we're gonna do it. So attributes, create folder, attribute instance. Let's move that one. So attribute instance data and attribute instance generator. So this one I'm gonna leave. I will probably not implement this one today, but this is going to be the rule set for generating attribute instances for creatures. So like a creature might be the stats of a creature will be defined by this rule set, and when the creature first gets spawned in the world or appears in the world for the first time, its attributes will be generated based on that type of creature's attribute rule set. Hopefully that makes some sense. Attribute data, however, this one I want to change right now. Okay, attribute instance data. So what we're gonna have here is I think I want to do it like this. Field, serialize field. Or actually we might go just serialize field private attribute scriptable object. Let's call it type. Let me think here for 1 second. I wonder what's keeping me from actually just serializing attribute instance, because that is already something just holding data pretty much. So attribute instance should be easy, so I don't see anything that should keep me from, because all of these and this one are all values I want to be able to store. So maybe in attribute handler we could just, so public float private set. What I want to do then is field serialize field for all of these. Okay, so in attribute handler, start attributes were actually attribute instances. I just couldn't set these values because they weren't what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, anyway, the Unity editor couldn't display them. So let's see. So now we can set energy here. So value, let's go with 10, min, max 10. And when it comes to energy, the definition of energy, min, max 0. Yeah, that's something when we set the value here. Let's see. Setting the value by local and global bounds is okay. Or actually, local bounds should never be local bounds, so these two should never be below global or above global bounds. So I might actually want to do could do a onValidate here, which will keep me from manually enter bigger or smaller values. Don't know if that's the way to go. Or we could create some form of instantiate method. Because min and max here will also be set yeah, actually the only problem I see with min and max here is me entering wrong here. Because when we generate min max, when we generate new attributes, we can check against the min max global then. So the only problem I see would be when I enter the start values for the character here, for instance. So let's do so energy, let's keep min at 0 and max at 100. Energy. Okay. So I also want to put in a we aren't able to have a onValidate on a non-mono behavior, I think. Might be a stupid question, but let's check it. No. But something similar to serialization callback receiver enjoy simple, clean, onValidate class. onValidate. Okay. This is very good because I might need this in the future as well. So let's take this one then. Attribute instance. Let's do this one as well. Before serialization, this onValidate. After we just do nothing right now. Okay. So onValidate, what I want to do here is min is equal to mathf dot max of min and type dot min. Right. So if this one is smaller than this one, we get that one. And also want to do max is equal to mathf dot min max and type dot max. Okay, let's see if it works. So energy, the attribute energy by global definition cannot be below 0 or above 100. So if I want this character to start with -10 energy, it gets changed to 0. I want this character to start with 1000 energy, it gets changed to 100. Okay, beautiful. Very nice solution. Okay, so before I continue, I'm just gonna go AFK real quick. Need a new cup of tea, so be right back. Okay, back. Let's see. So, okay, now I can set start attribute energy. The question is, it might be the body definition that will actually define this. Yeah, let's find out. But anyway, this is the energy. Movement will affect energy, and so will other actions. But let's start with movement, and let's see if we can get this to work in a nice way. So what I want to be able to do here in player movement is define an attribute modifier. Although, let's see. What is the best way of doing this? So one way is I let the player movement defines the attribute modifier in either way. But then the question is, should the player movement, should it be a task of the player movement to find the attribute handler and add the attribute modifier? I think that's the wrong way to go about this, because we're gonna have a lot of different components that adds their own attribute modifiers, and so this should definitely be the job of, it could either be the job of some master component or king component, so a component that keeps track of all the subcomponents for an entity. Don't know if, so for character number one here, it could probably be just a character component, or we add an attribute or some attribute interfaces. So let's see. Okay, so the simplest would be to just do player movement. Okay, right now we don't care about fetching an attribute here, but so jump, general control, ground check related. Where do I want to keep this? Energy drainer, energy modifier. Might just call it that. And also, so right now attribute modifier doesn't do anything. And let's take a look at attribute modifier. So what do we define here? Source type, target types. Okay, let's just take a look. So for player movement, for instance, it would look, yeah, we want to do this as well. System.serializable. Creating missing animator. I don't know. Here, attribute modifiers. Energy modifier. Source type. Yeah, so this is one. I'm pretty sure I want to define it like this anyway, so I might as well keep it as scriptable objects here. And then we have target. Source type, none actually, but target types 1, energy, but so now we're just telling this one that we have an attribute modifier here which will modify the energy attribute, but we're not saying how or by how much or whatever. And okay, let's try and implement a very simple attribute modifier. So that's going to be an attribute modifier that modifies an attribute's value, either increase it or decrease it by some absolute value every X seconds. So that is also something you would use, for instance, for increasing the age, I suppose. Could be done with enumerators, but wait. Let's see here. Numerator, that's what I want. That, so each okay, so that's specific for monobehavior as well. Should exist. Yeah, I could do something like that, but I'm not so keen on that. I don't know. Okay, so the initial idea was to let attribute modifiers run or let attribute modifiers have their own coroutines, but that would also result in a lot of coroutines. Wonder if you could have the singleton class handling all of the attribute modifiers, but I'm not a big fan of that. Could have the attribute attribute handler could keep track of this, but so basically attribute handler could be the mono behavior needed here. Because one thing is, okay, so we could have attribute handler create a lot of coroutines. Let's say we go with that approach. Okay, initially I thought attribute modifier could do that, because in that case, when whatever attribute modifier value we have gets changed, we can prompt a attribute change instantly. But if this one handles it, actually maybe it's doable anyway, so let's go with keeping coroutines in this one. Gonna have a lot of coroutines though, but we'll see how it goes, how it develops. So that would be something like, okay, first of all, let's implement a subclass of this one. Player movement, I'm just gonna take and comment this one out for now. Which means I think I want to do this. Oh, we have a system here. Why am I already using system here? Clear. Okay, let's keep it like this. Attribute instance 44. What have I screwed up now? unvalidate if type is equal to null. Okay, so attribute modifier, the most basic one should be attribute what do I want to call it? So it's basically value alter by time. Value alter by time. Might just call it attribute modifier by time. Actually, attribute modifier by time. And we need to implement this one. Not implemented exception. Okay, so we need some setup here. Let's see here. Can I do header? What is it? Field? Can I do this? Yeah, let's see if it works later on. So here I want to do. I'm gonna do something similar. Header time. Let's call it time. Although, in fact, I don't know why attribute handler. We do use it here, so it's nice with a public get, but I don't think this one needs them to be public, so we can simply go private. And we want a value here, basically. So let's just do value. Let's call it value for now, and serialize field. Delta time. Okay, let's see here. I want modifies an attribute by value every delta times seconds. I wonder. Modifies an attribute by value every delta times seconds. Delta time, is that a bad name for let's keep it like that for now. And although could extend this one so it also handles a source attribute as some type of multiplier maybe, but let's worry about that later. So every time modify gets called here, we want to take the target types and modify their attribute values by some absolute value. So alter value, or just alter. I'm not entirely sure about the naming of these yet. They might change a lot, but alter, float constant. I want to do something like, so value is equal to still want to keep them between min and max. And what is that one called? Math F unity clamp, right? So value is equal to mathf.clamp value plus constant or change. Min max. Value is equal to mathf clamp value plus change and clamp between min and max. I think that's good. Alter. Yeah, whatever. Attribute modify by time. Modify here would be something like then. So target attributes, the way we implemented it is, so it's never 0. We do system link here, but I still need to include it here as well. Because if I do target attributes, actually we need to change these. So we want them to be protected because we want the child child classes to be able to get them as well. And then I wonder, might even set these to protected. Don't know if they will be needed, however. Modify. So target attributes dot where. Okay, I can do where. Nice. But then again, why don't we have for each something similar? Link for each. For each. Would love this, but so I'm gonna have to change it to list first for each. Dude. System namespace. Oh yeah. So we could do, so these are arrays. So I think it's, what is it? Array dot for each. And the array in question and then the action. Just wonder if I can do target attributes. What is the syntax for this? I would love it if it was something like this. Alter and value. Parentheses can be removed. Okay, great. Seems to do it. So for each attribute instance in target attributes, alter them by value. Although we're gonna add some additional logic here, because when I'm thinking about this is all nice if for every iteration of this attribute modifier we let it run its course. So for instance, if we have an energy drain of 1 every second, if we always let it go 1 second between attribute modification calls, then it's okay. But if I have a case where this value of the energy drain modifier gets changed halfway through, I want to be able to handle that case. So in that case we should... this is hard. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure that one out, but the case, or the point still stands. I want to be able to handle that case. Otherwise, like if we have the character walking, it's gonna drain 1 energy per second. If we have the character running, it's gonna drain 2 energy per second. So what if the player starts running with the character mid-tick? That's something we need to handle. But yeah, let's worry about that later. So we have attribute modifier by time. But then again, so now we need some way for this one to tell attribute handler how it should be handled. Could have... Could have attribute modifier types and enum, or So what I'm thinking is, so when we add it here, we want to do something else as well. We want to do could one do something like could one do something like, let's see here, could probably make this private if this works, but public abstract, i.e. modifier routine, like that. So I don't know if this is a good solution for this, but so that would look something like override modify routine would like to add a, let's see here, private or protected bool active, I suppose. We do have clear. And would like to activate it here as well, but then the question is, do we? What's up, Ferda? Happy New Year, by the way. And how are you doing? What are you working on? I'm working on the attribute system. Complicated, but I think it's starting to shape up. Thank you, by the way. I could Poop Dealer Lul, thank you so much for the follow. Love the name. I could or I will probably summarize the current state of the attribute system soon. I just need to fix one thing here, or figure out how I want to modify the attributes. So set target attributes could do this target attributes equals to target attributes, and here we could do active is equal to true. So as soon as it has target attributes, it's true. But yeah. And when we do clear, the first thing we should do is active is equal to false. Dashing Duo Gaming, good morning. So then we set active to false. So in modifier routine, this would be something like while active, I suppose. Then we want to modify. So it should be yield return new, wait for seconds, delta time, but creating new wait for seconds like this all the time is not the best approach. So I would like to create that once and reuse it. The question is, probably do it like this. Wait for seconds, Unity. Okay, so it is a class called wait for seconds. Okay. No. Never mind. It is a class named wait for seconds. So I should private wait for seconds. Wait. Let's call it that. If wait. If wait is equal to null, wait is equal to new, wait for seconds, delta time. Yield return wait then. I don't know, not the best name, but whatever. When that wait is done, what we want to do then is modify. So we take whatever attribute we have and we alter the value of that attribute. Right now I'm implementing one type of attribute modifier. Okay, so let's see. I think this is a good place to pause and summarize what we have. So the attribute system right now consists of a lot of classes. I think the best way to do it is here. So first of all, we have attribute scriptable object. So that's a scriptable object that defines the attribute with name, unit, min-max, and so on. Then we have the attribute instance class. That one is used to represent a dynamic attribute in game. So if a character has energy, attribute instance is the class that will represent that energy. There exists a attribute handler, and this component extends mono behavior. And this is the class or component in this attribute system that keeps track of all attribute instances and attribute modifiers for an entity in the world. So for instance, the character one plays will have an attribute handler component. So will every creature in the world, and so on. And the thing with attribute instance, this is supposed to just be a data block, basically. Won't have that much functionality and so on. Won't know about anything, basically, except itself. Instead, something called attribute modifiers will be used. And attribute modifiers will be coupled with an attribute instance and alter that attribute instance based on a set of rules. I hope this makes any sense, but it's built this way to be generic and hopefully work with a lot of different cases. We will see. Because in this world, it's not going to be as simple as every living entity having the same set of attributes. Instead, some living entities might have some attributes, while another one might have a whole other set of attributes. For instance, there will exist creatures that can't move. There will exist creatures that don't feel hunger. There will exist creatures that don't care about energy, and so on and so on. And with this system, I can hopefully, during creature setup and so on, pick and choose pretty easily. And let's see here, I think we have some other classes here as well. Oh yeah, I introduced attribute instance data and attribute instance generator. Attribute instance data was just a mistake by me. Don't need that one. Attribute instance generator, however, let's put that one here. This will be a class used to generate attribute instance as based on a rule set. Did we have anything modifier? We do have modifier by time. Attribute manager, that one is set aside. So this one was a singleton just to make an attribute system based on enums work. I'm starting to move away from that approach, so we might not even need this one in the future. Although, so attribute modifier modifies attribute instances. There exists different ways of how and when an attribute should be modified. For instance, once every frame. Does it? Maybe not. This one, once every X seconds, will be, so this is the attribute modifier by time. Can I do a line like that? Yeah, okay, that works. Could probably just put this one and this one the same, under the same. Or maybe not, because attribute, actually, wait here, that could be, okay, so delta time we could have actually do if weight is equal to null, or if weight is equal to null, or actually let's do delta time is not equal to null and weight is equal to null. Oh, sorry, if delta time is not equal to 0. So this means, so let's see here, if this one is not equal to 0 and weight is null, then we set it. If this one is equal to null or 0, then we just set weight to null, so this expression becomes yield return null, and that's just the same as waiting until the next frame, if I remember correctly. So these two can actually be solved by the same attribute modifier. So attribute modifier by time. But we're gonna have to implement this one, or we're gonna need to keep something in mind with this one. So let's say that we define this one to be 0.01. So we want to do this very, very often. Then it might happen that this one happens more often than a frame. But thanks to our implementation, it will only happen every frame, so to speak. So might need to keep that in mind. Okay. On trigger, however, I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about that one. On attribute value get as well. But I think this should work. So modify routine. It's also the problem of like every attribute modifier won't depend on an IE numerator or a coroutine. So either I can This is a little bit of, it's a little dirty, to be honest. Let's see here, because something, so then it would be something like, I think I also would like to do something like this, to be honest. Yield, return weight, oops, while active, because after each wait I want to see if this modifier is still active. If it's not active, I don't want to modify the attribute anymore. But that means that when we call clear, we still want to modify the attribute as much as, or equal to a portion of how much time passed since the last tick, basically. But the problem still stands that having attribute modifier, the base class, having a modifier routine that returns an IE numerator might not be the cleanest way to do this, because there will exist attribute modifiers that don't care about this, that won't have a routine and so on. It would be nice if public enumerate. Ooh, actually, what happens with this might be dirtier than my initial plan, but what happens if call as a normal method, like a normal method? Exactly. Does nothing and doesn't throw errors. Yeah, exactly. What I do wonder is if we have some additional code here, does before the yield return, does that one get executed? Yeah. So this might be dirty as well, but so modify routine, we could go ahead and delete this one, call this one modify, take this one and put it here. Move modify. So let's say that we call this just like a normal method. Then we might do. Okay, we won't be calling it as a normal method for. In this one, we'll hopefully be calling it as start coroutine, but for some other attribute modifier, we might just call it as a normal function. It doesn't feel too good doing it like this, but let's see. I'm gonna have to introduce and work with timestamps for this one as well to make the calculations better. But let's see here. So the idea then is actually could also do it like this. I wonder if this is an ugly way to do it though. Virtual active is equal to true. Yeah, and this won't work with the new way of doing it, so let's keep it as abstract, or this way of doing it. So I wonder if the first time we call this one, if this is where active should be set to true. So in attribute handler, you have something like this: add attribute modifier. We add it to the list. We set source, we set target, we add it to the list, and finally, attribute modifier dot modify, but with start coroutine. Like having this for each. Or here's the thing, we do need to do attribute modifier by time, attribute modifier. Can you do something like this? Virtual. So public bool or actually let's do it like this for now. Public virtual bool run as let's call it is coroutine dependent for now. Return false. Public override. Would love to do it similar to this instead. Let's look into that later. So is coroutine dependent? True. So it would be something like if then we want to do something, otherwise we want to do something else. So we just call it like this, otherwise we call it like, but then we just call it like this, don't we? Or is it like this? Okay. Ooh, I don't know. So we basically just start a coroutine and throw it out in the ether. The attribute modifier in itself will have to handle when it finally quits, which will be when clear is called. So that's basically when, right now it's only when we remove the attribute modifier. I think this might actually be ready for a test, a simple first run, but so player movement, here we want to add a attribute modifier by time, energy modifier maybe. Is an okay name for it. Let's see if we get any errors. Oh yeah. We need to do dot serializable, and once again I'm not sure what that one is. Yeah. Okay, so let's just go with serializable then, although I like to be explicit. Okay. Yeah, I don't know about that. Okay, so attribute handler defines a set of start attributes. Beautiful. Player movement down here, we have a set of attribute modifiers. Energy modifier, modifier source and targets, and we have time. Source type, energy. No. Now I did the same mistake as previously. Source type, nothing. Source or target types, energy. Value, let's go with 1 every 1 seconds. Okay, let's see if we get any errors. I don't know. No type to check global min max against. Okay, that's not good. And we don't get any decrease as well, I don't think. Attribute handler, start attributes, add attribute. Oh yeah. Okay, we don't get any change. I'm a little bit worried about that debug log we got, but I'm gonna check that later. Okay, we actually get it. Debug mode. So if I hover here, attribute instance, no type to check global min max against. But it does. Or is it actually player movement here? Might very well be. Oh well, let's not worry about that for now. So what I want to do, this is probably not how I want to do it later on, but in a wake here it would be something like, or maybe even in start, I think. Yes. Maybe. So in player movement start, we have all of these listeners, and then it would be something like game object dot get component attribute handler dot add attribute modifier energy modifier. So game object get component, do we have an attribute handler on the same game object that this component is attached to? If so, add energy modifier to it. Attribute handler, and it's going to do all of this. Hopefully this one returns, yes, it returns true, and hopefully it works. Don't get any change here. I wonder if I'm checking the correct. It should be. Okay, first of all, attribute this one. I think we can just skip this one for now. And what do I want to check? I want to check attribute handler. modify called once. Moffity, why do I keep calling it like that? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, is the keyboard that is the volume of the keyboard tapping too high? Might want to look into that. Good morning, by the way, or good day. It's great. Okay. I'm gonna have to keep track of the number of people that says it's great and the number of people that hates it, and then I'm gonna have to weigh. So do it like a poll. Okay, so modify called, and let's just do we have time? Okay, let's see if we get something, if it prints something at all. This one should be cleared. Attribute handler 23. So I guess this one is null. Attribute handler 68. Set source has source attribute. Does this one actually source attribute should be null. Okay, so what happens if okay, so we have attribute modifier, but actually has source attribute. If source attribute is not equal to null, we return it. So this one should never be called 68, but for some reason play movement 65. So when we do add attribute modifier, this energy modifier has source attribute returns true. For some reason. But source attribute is none. Can't I check against null like this for scriptable objects? Should be able to, I think. Okay. So starting in debug mode might not be the best option. And we can see that it's getting called here, but the value doesn't change what I see. So I've probably missed something. Progress indeed, progress indeed. So wait, and for each target attributes a alter value. Ooh, nah, I think I set that to 1, right? Yeah, value is 1. So we call target attributes alter with a value of 1, hopefully. So it's this one. And then we return up. Yeah, I get it. So right now this attribute modifier, it works like every second the character gets 1 energy. But in the attribute handler, I've defined it as the maximum local value for energy should be 10 for the character, so it just stays at 10. If I instead do -1 here, because we're going to drain 1 energy every second, it should work. Nine, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, and so on. Hopefully not below 0. Okay, so that's nice. A attribute modifier, noise indeed. An attribute modifier modifies an attribute by time. Okay, so an attribute modifier by time correctly modifies an attribute. I don't know about... So think about a scene where you have a lot of entities, a lot of attributes. This might not be the best way to do it. But if so, we might just change something here. If we want to use some static, singleton, whatever, attribute coroutine worker that optimizes this in some way, it should be an easy fix later on. But for now, I think this is how I'm going to keep it. And once again, I'm not too sure about... So we're going to have some attribute modifiers that doesn't do it in a so that aren't coroutine dependent, and in that case it's just going to be this. So we're going to run through the modify method until we run into one of these, I think. But yeah, I think that's a good start. I'm just gonna take a quick break for lunch now. So I'm gonna be AFK for 5 to 10 minutes. 10 minutes tops, I think. So be right back real quick. Okay, back. Sorry about that. So let's see. I think there was some success here. Okay, so the current implementation works. Wonder if, before I continue, if I just want to clean it up. So rename this one to attribute type, I think. Would love to keep this one just named attribute, but as Joker mentioned yesterday, that might lead to some naming conflicts. And I wonder if this is how I want to do it. We're gonna get a lot of but maybe let's see. It's probably gonna look something like, let's see here. Is this possible with this one? Attribute handler attribute is equal to, let's just do get component for, to make it a little bit shorter, attribute handler let's see here, C# assign in if statement. What? Dog is still in scope after the if statement, but isn't definitely assigned. Okay. C#7, that's... Yeah, it was a nice lunch, I suppose. I didn't exactly gobble it down, but... Okay, evil, do not use. Okay. Extension. I've read this thread before. I'm pretty sure. Assign yeah. Okay, let's be a bit more specific. C# unity declare variable in if statement. – 2009. fuck is happening here? Yeah, okay, it's not that important, so let's just do like this, and if attribute handler exists, I guess, then we do yeah. What I'm thinking about here is so within this if statement we're also going to assign attributes here. So as I mentioned previously, movement force is actually going to be an attribute, so that's going to be assigned here as well. But that means that a lot of classes are going to have extremely similar code as this, but might be okay. Or is there a nice way to fetch or get and set attributes between components and the attribute handler? We could do it with a master component, so to speak, but because that means in start we would also have something like movement speed is equal to attribute handler dot get attribute, and this is where the scriptable object way of doing this gets screwed up. Although you could have yeah. So what would happen, for instance, if we do try and do serialize field private attribute instance and then we do get attribute movement speed dot type. Is this is also quite ugly actually. So we define a attribute instance here, but the value, or that one, is actually going to be switched later on. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so it would be something like whatever, let's just go with test here for now. So movement speed test, and we don't instantiate, or we don't instantiate any of these. We just let it be and pretty much just replace this reference with another attribute instance. This is not pretty. And this is the biggest con with the scriptable one, I think. Movement speed is none actually, because we didn't have any test in attribute handler. So start attributes, let's add a test as well. None, whatever. Or actually, let's set it to hydration for now. Value or min-max 286. Let's see if it copies. Yeah, so it copies correctly. That's one way to do it. Not the best way though. I sometimes wish there was a kind of hierarchy for the header attribute, like adding a indents it further, creating a subcategory. That's actually a pretty good idea, I think. That would be nice. I agree. I wonder if there exists something, if one could do it by themselves, but extremely in a pretty complicated way. Do we have something like age space in Unity properties? Accessing. But yeah, I do agree. it would be very nice with some indent hierarchy here. Okay, so this is one way to do this. Not too fond of it. Thank you for the follow, Emmett. Sub before follow. That's rare, I suppose. Okay, so this is hands down the biggest con with this system. Unscripted Logic, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, I have Twitch as well. Welcome, Unscripted Logic. Yes, Nathaniel, by the way. So it's just recently I started streaming on YouTube as well. Okay, because what this will lead to is garbage. So this one just says that we have movement speed and it will be of this type. And then when we in start set this value or set this reference to what it's actually supposed to be, this object just gets thrown away. Okay, so Nathaniel, are you Unscripted Logic? Am I getting that right? Or am I getting that wrong? Yeah, okay, good. This implementation worked so well up to this point. And I mean, this was something that was always sitting there. Can we make this in another way? I mean, to avoid the garbage, we could probably just wrap it into an additional class. So movement speed here will be a class with a type and an attribute reference, but that's also ugly. It works beautifully for energy modifier, I think. So this is okay. Hmm. Or actually, I ooh actually I think my stupidity made this worse than it needed to be. So, the fuck? Attribute handler, that's just a component for keeping track of all the different attributes and so on and so on. It's actually player movement that will specify the attribute itself. So, like start attributes here, best case scenario, I don't think I'm gonna have a start attribute here. Instead, energy, for instance, is gonna be owned by body definition. So is hydration and so on. And I think. But so for instance, this would actually be the definition for movement speed, this one. So instead of getting an attribute, what this is going to do is attribute handler dot add attribute. Okay, so a scenario where we have two components that is trying to add the same attribute to attribute handler. What do we get then? Add attribute, try add. So if it already exists, this one returns false. Oh, I'm okay with that. Do this one need to be mono behavior? It does, because of start coroutine. And yeah, and add attribute. Yeah, so this is just start attributes once again. So if we don't have start attributes, I don't think this needs to be. Oh, I definitely need this to be mono behavior, because we need it to be easily gettable and fetchable by other classes. But I think this is how it should be. Not too sure about this start. The answer to did we overcomplicate this is probably true. But I'm not too against this solution. So add attribute modifier. Although here we have another issue. For instance, let's say that this one gets called before an energy attribute is actually added to attribute handler. So we try to add a modifier for something that doesn't have it. So now we're getting onto a question: will an entity in this world get attributes added over time? Oh, actually, let's see. Add attribute modifier. What happens is set target attributes. This one, we actually add the modifier, but we can't set the target attributes because we don't have them yet. Basically, one way to solve it would be to add, so you could have, in awake we add attributes, in start we add attribute modifiers, but that means that we need to fetch this one twice, so we need to do get component twice, and that's ugly. Could we do it by we could let AttributeHandler handle this, I think. So AttributeHandler could, so we could create an interface. So something attribute interface, and every component that handles attributes or uses attributes in some way needs to implement that interface. And that interface basically only has two methods: get attributes or get attribute instances, and get attribute modifiers. So in awake here, this one looks for every component on this game object and checks if there exists any component that implements the attribute interface. If so, fetches the attributes, fetches the modifiers, and that's it. I don't know. Maybe. That would also solve the issue of needing to do something like this in every component. Getting an attribute handler and so on. Like, should this class really know about attribute handler? I don't think so. This is probably a good way to go about it, I think. Let's try it. I might... seems fine to me. It's adding stuff related to movement to the attribute modifier. Let's see. Yeah, like... attribute modifier should only know about attributes, play movement. Shouldn't really have to worry about something called attribute handler. So I think it would be better to do something do some interface implementation. So something like this. Let's see. Attributes, attribute handler. So what do we want to call this interface? Something nice. I attribute. I'm leaning towards. Yeah, all my homies love interfaces. Same here. I attribute. I'm leaning towards I attribute utilizer or something like that. I attribute user. Attribute user. Does there exist some naming convention C# interface? Always start your interface name with the letter I. I convertible, clonable. I like convertible, but attribute user. Attribute user might actually be okay. I cat, I dog. Clonable, cat. I don't know. Okay, let's keep it like this. Ooh, let's see here. I user attribute. I'm not convinced. So as I see it, with the current naming, let's see here. I attribute user. I user attribute. No, that's okay. Player movement, for instance, will implement I attribute user because this component is an user of attributes. Does that make any sense? Probably gonna change it later on, we will see. Cannot have multiple base classes. Yeah, let's change this one to interface. Yeah, exactly. Wait. What did I do? What the hell did I do? It's okay, it's okay. I just like, oh, a favorite shortcut. I want to try this. But here we go. Let's see what I did. Okay, so I just opened another project. Okay. Oh, nice. Nice to know. So what do I care about? I care about attribute, handler, player movement. Yeah, let's start with these. So I attribute user. This is Visual Studio Code, although, but maybe its name is VS Code. I don't know. Short for Visual Studio. But anyway, so interface, I attribute user. So it's going to implement public so something like public probably gonna need to do it like this. Public attribute instance get attribute instances and public attribute modifier get attribute modifiers. Player movement I attributor. So we're going to implement these somewhere. Private, 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 private. I'm going to put it after or actually could I do can we do it like so no methods but whatever are let's see here. Whatever are this type called? What is the terminology for something like this? Let's see. Expression body definitions. Properly pseudo pointers. Okay. Yeah, maybe that will give. Yeah. So this is what I would call properties, and this is properties using expression body definitions, I guess. Properties with backing fields. Yeah, that's a get and set. So I guess this is just an easier way to writing a property with only a getter, I suppose. Property accessor. Yeah. Okay, nice. So could I do yeah, I would like to implement both of these methods as Property accessors. I don't know if this is a stupid search. Oh yeah. So it should be something like, ooh. Yeah, exactly. So we don't even need to do this one, and we do this. So something like that, right? Yeah, thank you, appreciate it. And then we do the same with this one. That's gonna be way nicer. So then in player movement, we just need to do, that's a lot of properties, but public attribute instance, attribute instances. I wonder if, yeah, okay. And here we just return. Can I do it like this? So in this case, movement speed. Do I need? And okay, so something like this. I don't know, maybe overcomplicated, but pretty nice actually. I think. So we don't need to do anything in start or awake, but we do need to do something in attribute handler. So instead of start attributes, note, or actually to do remove. Attribute handler won't instead these will be fetched from other components. So in awake here, what's going to happen is for each I attribute user in GameObject.get components I attribute user, right? And for each of these Add attribute. Okay, we actually don't. We only have add singular and remove singular. Okay, so add attribute. And this one will probably return something like this: bool all attributes successfully added. True, maybe. And then we do for each oh yeah. All attributes successfully add. All attributes added successfully. Something like that. And probably want one remove attributes for with attribute instances and one remove attributes for attribute scriptable objects. Probably. Actually, let me clean this up. I think it's about time. Okay, so add attribute, add attributes, remove attribute. Yeah, I think this might work. I think this might look like... I think it's all coming together now, but probably gonna run into another big problem. But I like what I'm seeing right now. Okay, let's see here. want to do a public bool remove attribute I also want to do, let's take this one, attributes by scriptable object. Let's just call it attributes. Attributes. Control Alt Enter. Beautiful. Progress indeed. Yeah, I don't remember who it was, but someone told me yesterday in chat. Really appreciate it. Okay, so attributes, nice. Attribute scriptable object. Yeah, would like to rename this one too, but I think I said that previously. Let's do rename. Yeah, so the new thing, I think let's see here, new, yeah, I've searched for it before. Or is it this one? Okay, they show it here, but I think what did I search for? New without type. What is new without type? Yeah. In the specific case of a throw. Whenever the type to be created can be inferred, that's when you can just write new instead. So like this is extremely nice. Instead of writing all of this again, but with new before. Yeah, indeed. Rename to, I'm probably gonna rename this to attribute type actually. Okay, let's see here. Remove attributes. So bool all attributes removed successfully. Oh, wait. So if I rename this one attributes, it might not be... Yeah. That might not have been the best rename. Probably want to name it something like this. New attribute, try add, new attributes. Could go with this as well, but I just think that it's gonna be too unreadable. So new, and here we go, new attribute. So add attributes, new attributes. Remove attribute here. So if I call those new attribute, remove attribute, let's just call it old attribute for now. Remove attribute, attribute scriptable object. That one I might keep as is. Remove attributes, old attributes. For each attribute instance, old attribute in old attributes. Remove. Oh yeah. Can you do it's bitwise. Oh, maybe. It's not bitwise. Okay, good. When it's applied to Boolean operates some Boolean. Ah, beautiful. Wait. Okay, you can use instead. But I should be able to do. It's the equivalent of for the. Okay. It's not a bitwise operator. Okay, so it's a bitwise operator, but not when applied to Booleans. It's the same as. Oof. Okay, beautiful. So I should be able to do this. Here and here. So this one is this one. Then I want something like this as well, I think. Okay, so I guess the add made it's semi-worked. Okay, so what is the problem here? For each attribute scriptable object, cannot convert type. Oh yeah. There we go. Okay. So now we have a lot of functions here for adding and removing attributes. Probably gonna add, add attribute modifiers and remove attribute modifiers. So because, okay, in Awake we do I attribute user, and we get all attribute users. And then we do something like add attributes, attribute user dot attribute instances. But once again, and then we probably want to do keep it in 2 separate for each. So we want to loop through it once again, where we do add attribute modifiers. And that's because adding attribute modifiers depends on the attributes already being there. If not, the attribute modifier gets added without actually having a reference to the attribute in question. And this is probably how it should be. Oh, actually, let's because I don't think, let's see here, would an entity in my world actually get a new attribute? I don't think so. I mean, it would open up to some pretty cool stuff, but I can't imagine. I'm gonna leave that as an unexplored route, but I need to save this one at least. So I attribute user, attribute users. Yeah, exactly. So should an entity, for instance, be able to get new attributes while we're playing? So should the player character be able to get new attributes? I don't know. Just yet, I don't know. But actually, so one scenario, which probably won't happen in my game, would be that the character somewhere halfway through the game or something like that gets wings, which means that the character should have an attribute like fly speed or something like that, an attribute he or she didn't have from the start. And yeah, so the question is all about, should, if it's possible to add attributes at a later time, so later than Awake, then we also need to take that into account when we add attributes. So when we add an attribute, we want to check, does it exist any current modifier that modifies this attribute? If so, add that reference to that attribute in the modifier. Yeah, I'm just gonna put it as a note for now, I think. Maybe I will just dive into it tomorrow. But let's see. So that would be something like add attribute. Okay, so hydration check, is that... that's when you drink, right? Done. Appreciate the reminder. Okay, add attribute to do. Check for modifiers that currently modifies this attribute. So if this gets implemented, we don't need to do this in 2 loops, but might as well now. So to do, possibly remove double loop. Depending on if that sounds weird. Late attribute addition gets implemented. Not crystal clear what I mean, but probably okay with this. Okay, so do we have has attribute modifier, add attribute modifier. Okay, let's do public void add attribute modifiers. So this is just a void. Okay. And then I want something for remove as well. It's weird that this one, is there a reason for me, for this one just being a void? Although let's keep this one as void for now. Actually, bool return false, return true. this is going to be a long name for a variable. All attribute modifiers added successfully. Verbose still better than cryptic. That's definitely true. Or that's my opinion, at least. That is definitely true. Bool all attribute modifiers removed. Something like this. Okay, so there's a lot of methods here now, but most of them are just getters, adders, removers. So what we want to do here is add attribute modifiers. Okay, so I think this is pretty nice. So player movement, we define some attribute. This is just test for now, but one of these is going to be changed to movement speed, basically, or yeah. And so player movement, since it utilizes attributes and affects attributes, it's going to implement the attribute user interface, and what that basically just forces it to be able. It forces it to implement these two property accessors, which is just fetching the attribute instances and the attribute modifiers. And then AttributeHandler will do the rest, because in Awake, this one will loop through every component attached to this game object and add the attributes and attribute modifiers. Like a contract, basically, yes. I think this is pretty nice. Yes. So, movement force. No, it's probably. I'm gonna have to check into these. Yeah, it might be these I'm actually going to change, I think. I'm gonna have to look into it, but Yeah, this is nice. Okay, let's see if everything still works. So let's go to body. So body definition. Actually, first of all, player movement. Let's remove movement speed for now. Just energy modifier. This one will return an empty. Guess I can just do it like. Could just do it like this, but might want to add something to it later on. Okay, so we have energy modifier. And body definition, this one is also going to implement I attribute user. Okay. Let's call it body attributes. Do I want to? I think I want to keep it like this for now. So energy, private attribute instance energy, attribute instances. Something like that. And of course, I guess, so this depends on how I want my game to work. If the player just stands still with the character, does the character burn any energy? Like, if I want it to be more like reality, yes, but I don't know if that's how I want to make my game. We'll see. So for now, body definition is just going to hold a attribute instance, which is energy, which describes how much energy the body has. I'm starting to like this solution more and more, actually. So, my character, I might as well do this. Start attributes. Or we're gonna keep this a little bit longer because I might want to use it for testing. But for now, we're just gonna do start attributes 0 here. Because instead, for the character, body definition, body attributes, energy, type is enum, might remove this as well. But we're gonna start with a value of 10, min max, good, 10. So the character has a component body definition that holds energy. It also has a player movement component that adds a energy modifier, which decreases the energy by 1 every second. Oh, actually, now I'm doing it wrong again. Source should be none, but target should be energy. Okay, let's see if this works. Yes, sir. Okay, that's nice. So now we can see the energy for the body decreasing because the nice little component attribute handler handles the communication between attribute modifiers and attributes in all the different components. I think the solution is quite nice, and still how it's implemented currently is okay with scriptable objects. So that's very nice. Let's remove these debugs. I wonder, with this system in place, working like it does right now, I wonder if I should just pull the plug on the enum one. I mean, the definition is so much after, so if I pivot to that solution, I'm gonna have to re-implement a lot of stuff anyway, so I might as well, right? Pivoting can be scary. Yes, indeed. So what I think I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna pull the plug on this one. All my homies hate enums, or at least I do. Not really, but you get the point. Let's see, so we remove this one. We remove this one. Attribute manager, definitely getting rid of this one. Okay, so I think that's most of the enums. What I want to rename now is attribute handler. This one is already attribute scriptable object. We're going to rename this one. That's probably going to screw up a few things, but that's okay. We have rename. No. Okay. Attribute type. Let's just jump in. Okay, these are also old ones. Yes, let's remove those. I want to start with a clean slate tomorrow. As a programmer, I believe in the term "fuck it, we ball" and proceed to hit the play button, knowing damn well I might have relatable. I'm also gonna start believing in that term. I like it. Attribute type. No results. Do we still have an error here? What did I do? Attribute modifier set target attributes. Get attributes. What the cannot convert from. Okay, where? Oh yeah, we have it in. Why am I not getting any error for this? It should be in attribute modifiers, I think. Yeah, there we go. Do we have anything here? No. So this one, oops. Like this, I think. Okay, no errors, right? But we still have scriptable objects, I thought. Attribute scriptable object. Let's see here. Okay, let's just do attribute scriptable object. Attribute type. Okay, much cleaner, much cleaner. Let's just double check if it still works after that very rough refactor, which could probably have been automated, but yeah. Oh yeah, these might be... They're not broken, okay, that's good. Player movement, source type, still have a reference there. Body definition still has a reference there. Okay, great. Okay, everything still seems to work. Okay, nice. Okay, unfortunately, I need to do some other work now. So this is going to be it for today's stream, but damn, a lot of progress, I would say. The system is shaping up. I will continue with it tomorrow. Probably gonna run into some unforeseen problems, so hopefully it will be interesting. Thank you, appreciate it. Progress, yeah. So I basically just want to say thank you so much for watching, everybody, and have a great rest of the day, and hopefully I will see you tomorrow. Peace. I'm gonna also look if I can see if I can find someone to raid. Peace.